Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Throne of Winter's End. In the Chronicles of Divinity, few transformations speak so profoundly to the mortal condition as the tale of she who traded her humanity for dominion over death itself. Here begins the legend of the Raven Queen, whose story serves as both warning and testament to the terrible price of power sought in desperation. Long before the Shadowfell knew her presence, before ravens bore her messages between the realms of the living and the dead, there ruled a queen whose name has been lost to the very forces she would come to command. In a kingdom where magic flowed like wine and sorceresses commanded respect equal to any warrior, she stood as the greatest of her generation. Her mastery over the arcane arts was matched only by her devotion to her people, and her beauty was said to rival that of the Fae Queens themselves. But in those ancient days when the boundaries between life and death were more fluid than the rigid laws that govern them now, a great plague swept across her realm. Not a plague of disease, but something far more insidious, a curse of undeath that transformed her subjects into shambling mockeries of their former selves. The dead rose from their graves with memories intact, but souls corrupted, turning children against parents, lovers against beloved, as the very foundations of her kingdom crumbled beneath this unholy tide. The queen watched in horror as her greatest knights fell, not in glorious battle, but to the twisted forms of fallen comrades. Her most trusted advisors pleaded with her to flee, to abandon the kingdom to its fate, and preserve what little remained. But she was a ruler who had sworn sacred oaths to protect her people, and even in Undeath, she could not bear to see them suffer without hope of release. Desperate beyond measure, she delved deep into the most forbidden texts of her royal library. Ancient tomes bound in scales and midnight leather whispered of rituals that could grant power over death itself, power enough to break any curse, to command any force that dared threaten the natural order. Yet these same texts warned of prices beyond imagining, transformations that would strip away everything that made her mortal, everything that made her human. As her kingdom's final bastions fell, and the undead hordes pressed closer to her palace walls, she made the choice that would echo through the ages. In the depths of her castle's crypts, surrounded by the tombs of her ancestors, she began the ritual of endless winter. The ceremony required the willing sacrifice of her mortality, her name, her very identity as a mortal being, all offered upon an altar of ice and shadow that she carved with her own hands. The ritual consumed 3 days and 3 nights. With each passing hour, she felt pieces of herself being torn away. First her capacity for mortal love, then her ability to feel the warmth of summer sunshine, then her need for food or sleep or any comfort that sustained living flesh. Ravens, drawn by forces beyond mortal understanding, gathered in ever-growing numbers around her castle, their dark eyes reflecting the terrible energies she was invoking. On the final night, as the last words of the ancient incantation left her lips, reality itself seemed to shatter around her. The boundary between life and death, which mortals experience as an insurmountable wall, became as permeable as morning mist. She felt her consciousness expand beyond the confines of flesh and bone, stretching into realms of existence that no living being was meant to perceive. The transformation was agony beyond description. Every fiber of her being burned with cold fire as mortality was stripped away, layer by layer, replaced by something vast and terrible and utterly alien to the woman she had been. Her flesh became pale as winter moonlight, her hair darkened to the color of midnight storm clouds, and her eyes, once warm with compassion for her people, became windows into the infinite void between life and death. When the ritual reached its climax, the very fabric of the Shadowfell itself bent to accommodate her new existence. A realm of eternal winter materialized around her, a domain where sorrow and memory took physical form, where the boundaries between what was, what is, and what might yet be became fluid and malleable. She had become something unprecedented, a mortal who had claimed divine power through sheer force of will and desperate love for her people. The undead plague that had consumed her kingdom withered before her, transformed presence like frost before flame. With a gesture, she banished the corrupted souls to their proper rest, granting them the peace that Undeath had stolen. But victory came at a cost that only she truly understood. She had saved her people by becoming something that could never again walk among them as their queen. In the aftermath of her transformation, as she stood amid the ruins of her palace and surveyed the kingdom she had both saved and lost, the weight of her choice settled upon her like a mantle of winter stars. She was no longer the woman who had ruled with wisdom and compassion, no longer capable of the simple mortal joys that had once sustained her. She had become the Raven Queen, mistress of death, guardian of the boundary between life and its ending. The ravens that had witnessed her transformation became her first servants, carrying her will across the plains of existence. They bore messages to gods and mortals alike, announcing the birth of a new divine power, one born not from cosmic forces or primordial chaos, but from a mortal's love transformed into something eternal and terrible. Thus began the reign of she who chose to sacrifice everything mortal to preserve the natural order of death itself. In gaining power over mortality's greatest mystery, she lost the very mortality that had driven her to seek such power. It is a paradox that defines her existence to this day. The goddess of death, who understands life's value precisely because she can never again experience it as mortals do. The empty throne in her ruined palace stands still, a monument to the queen who was, while in the Shadowfell, a throne of winter and shadow holds the goddess she became. Between these two seats of power lies the story of transformation's true cost. The price of choosing divine duty over mortal joy, eternal purpose over finite happiness. And so we see how even the noblest intentions can lead to the most profound transformations. The Raven Queen's ascension reminds us that power, even power sought for the most righteous reasons, changes those who claim it in ways both subtle and profound. In choosing to become death's guardian, she became living proof that sometimes salvation requires a sacrifice so complete that the Savior becomes someone entirely new. Chapter 2. Shadows of the Shadowfell. Power requires dominion, and dominion demands a realm worthy of the authority it houses. When the Raven Queen's transformation elevated her beyond mortal limitation, reality itself responded by manifesting a domain that reflected her new nature. The Shadowfell, a plane of existence where memory takes physical form, where sorrow crystallizes into architecture, and where the eternal winter of death's approach creates landscapes of haunting beauty and profound melancholy. The Shadowfell exists as a dark mirror of the material plane, reflecting the world of the living through the lens of loss and ending. Where vibrant forests grow in the realm of mortals, the Shadowfell holds groves of silver-leafed trees that whisper with the voices of those who found peace beneath their living counterparts. Where great cities bustle with commerce and life, the Shadow Realm contains echoing metropolises where the memories of important events play out in endless, ghostly repetition. Yet, to call the Shadowfell merely a pale reflection would be to misunderstand its fundamental nature. This is not a realm diminished by comparison to the living world, but rather a place where the hidden truths underlying surface reality become visible. In the shadow of every mountain lies the story of its formation, written in stone that remembers the patient work of ages. In the echo of every river flows the accumulated sorrow and joy of all who ever found solace or despair along its banks. The Raven Queen's fortress stands at the heart of this realm, a structure that defies conventional description because it exists partially outside normal space and time. Its towers stretch simultaneously upward towards starless skies and inward toward the deeper mysteries of consciousness itself. Built from crystallized memories and foundations of pure sorrow, transformed into something beautiful, the fortress serves not merely as royal residence, but as the operational center from which death's natural order is maintained across all planes of existence. The throne room itself reflects the dual nature of its occupant, both the mortal queen who once ruled with compassion and the divine entity who now guards the boundary between life and death. The throne appears carved from a single massive raven feather, black as midnight, but shot through with veins of silver that pulse with the rhythm of hearts taking their final beats. Around its base, flowers of ice bloom, eternal, each one preserving the final breath of someone who died peacefully, accepted death's approach with grace. From this seat of power, the Raven Queen perceives the movements of souls across all realities. Her consciousness extends through the Shadowfell's network of memory pools and sorrow streams, allowing her to witness every moment when a mortal being faces the choice between clinging to life and accepting death's natural approach. The fortress serves as a vast sensory apparatus, gathering information about the cosmic balance between life and death, identifying threats to the natural order, and coordinating responses that preserve mortality's sacred meaning. The gardens surrounding the fortress demonstrate the unique aesthetic principles that govern the Shadowfell. Here grow flowers that bloom only in moonlight, their petals formed from crystallized tears shed in grief, but transformed through acceptance into something of transcendent beauty. Trees bear fruit that tastes of memories, not specific recollections, but the emotional essence of remembrance itself, sweet with love and bitter with loss, yet somehow perfectly balanced in its complexity. Paths through these gardens follow routes that mortal minds would find impossible, winding through emotional landscapes rather than simple geography. A visitor might walk for what seems like hours through groves dedicated to the memory of sacrifice, where every tree commemorates someone who gave their life for another, only to find themselves suddenly in clearings that celebrate the peaceful deaths of those who lived long, fulfilling lives surrounded by loved ones. The most remarkable feature of the fortress is the Archive of Final Words, a vast library where the last statements of the dying are preserved, not as mere text, but as complete experiences. Shelves carved from shadow wood hold crystalline spheres, each containing the final moments of consciousness as someone transitions from life to death. These are not morbid trophies, but rather profound testimonies to the variety of ways that sentient beings approach their ending. Some spheres glow with the warm light of peace achieved, preserving the final thoughts of individuals who faced death with acceptance and understanding. Others pulse with the cool blue of regret transformed into wisdom, holding the experiences of those who learned important truths in their final moments. The collection serves multiple purposes, as a reference for understanding how different beings approach death, as inspiration for those still struggling with mortality's approach, and as evidence of death's ultimately peaceful nature when not corrupted by fear or artificial prolonging. The Shadowfell's weather patterns reflect the emotional currents that flow through the realm, rather than meteorological forces. Gentle snowfalls occur when large numbers of beings in the material plane experience peaceful deaths, each flake carrying the essence of a soul successfully transitioning to whatever lies beyond. Storms arise when necromancers or other forces attempt to pervert death's natural order, the realm's very atmosphere rejecting the presence of undeath and artificial immortality. During such disturbances, the Raven Queen's fortress becomes the eye of a different kind of storm, a vortex of controlled power that reaches across planar boundaries to restore balance. Lightning formed from pure divine will strikes at the sources of disturbance, while winds carrying the authority of death itself sweep away the unnatural influences that threaten the cosmic order. The inhabitants of the Shadowfell reflect the realm's fundamental nature as a place of transition and memory, The Shadar-kai, elves transformed by prolonged exposure to the plane's energies, serve as the Raven Queen's most devoted mortal servants. Their pale skin and dark hair mirror the realm's aesthetic, while their understanding of sorrow's transformative power makes them ideal agents for missions requiring both empathy and resolve. These beings do not merely live in the Shadowfell, but are shaped by it, their consciousness altered to perceive the emotional resonances that underlie surface reality. A Shadar-kai warrior can sense the approaching death of enemies not through supernatural detection, but through recognition of the subtle changes in spiritual energy that precede life's ending. They serve not as harbingers of doom, but as guides who help ensure that death, when it comes, brings the peace it was meant to provide. Beyond the Shadar-kai, the Shadowfell hosts a variety of entities that exist specifically to serve the realm's function as death's domain. Sorrow's-worn creatures, manifestations of grief that has been acknowledged and integrated rather than denied, patrol regions where the boundary between life and death grows thin. These beings appear terrifying to those who fear death, but offer comfort and guidance to those ready to accept mortality's natural progression. The raven flocks that give the Raven Queen her title serve as the realm's communication network, carrying messages not only between different locations within the Shadowfell, but across planar boundaries to the material plane and beyond. Each raven possesses a fragment of their mistress's consciousness, allowing them to convey not merely information but the emotional and philosophical context necessary for true understanding. When a raven appears to a mortal facing death's approach, it brings with it the accumulated wisdom of countless peaceful transitions, offering not false comfort but genuine understanding of death's role in the cosmic order. The bird's presence serves as reminder that death is not abandonment but transition, not punishment but completion of the story that began with birth. The most sacred locations within the Shadowfell are the pools of reflection, bodies of water that exist partially outside normal space and time, allowing viewers to perceive the connections between past, present, and future that define individual destinies. The Raven Queen uses these pools to understand the complex web of causality that determines when and how different beings will face their deaths, ensuring that her interventions preserve free will while maintaining cosmic balance. These pools reveal not predetermined fate, but the likely consequences of present choices, helping the Raven Queen understand when guidance is needed and when mortals must be allowed to discover death's meaning through their own experience. The visions they provide demonstrate the profound interconnectedness of all existence, showing how each individual death affects the larger tapestry of life and meaning. Through her dominion over the Shadowfell, the Raven Queen has created more than merely a base of operations. She has established a realm that embodies the principles she represents, a place where death's true nature as teacher and transformer becomes visible to those with eyes to see. In ruling this domain of shadows and memory, she demonstrates that even the ending of things can possess beauty, meaning, and profound significance for the continuation of consciousness in forms beyond current understanding. Chapter 3. The Goddess of Death and Fate. Divine power manifests differently for each entity that ascends beyond mortal limitation, shaped by the circumstances of transformation and the fundamental truths that drove their elevation. For the Raven Queen, godhood crystallized around the profound understanding that death gives life its meaning, that fate operates through choice rather than predetermination, and that the ending of things creates the urgency and poignancy that make existence precious rather than merely eternal. Her divine portfolio encompasses domains that mortals often struggle to understand as connected: death, fate, winter, and transition. Yet these aspects interweave to form a coherent philosophy about the nature of existence itself. Death represents not merely biological ending, but the principle that all things must reach completion for their stories to have meaning. Fate embodies not predetermined destiny but the natural consequences of choices made with full understanding of their weight. Winter symbolizes the necessary periods of rest and reflection that allow for renewal and growth. The transition domain ties these elements together, emphasizing that change, rather than stasis, represents the fundamental nature of reality. Under the Raven Queen's influence, mortals learn to navigate life's constant transformations with wisdom rather than resistance, understanding that each ending creates space for new beginnings, that each death makes room for new life, that each completion of one story allows another to commence. Her approach to divine authority differs markedly from that of gods who demand worship through displays of overwhelming power or promises of eternal reward. The Raven Queen's divinity manifests through teaching and example rather than command and spectacle. Her miracles tend toward the subtle, a peaceful death granted to one who has suffered long, sudden clarity, granted to someone struggling with grief, or the gentle guidance that helps mortals understand when to fight for life and when to accept its natural conclusion. This restraint reflects deep wisdom about the nature of genuine spiritual growth. Transformation that comes through external force rarely produces lasting change, while understanding that emerges from personal experience creates foundation for continued development. The Raven Queen's interventions focus on creating conditions where mortals can discover death's meaning through their own contemplation and choice. Her relationship with fate demonstrates particular sophistication in balancing divine knowledge with mortal freedom. As a goddess who exists partially outside normal temporal flow, she perceives the likely outcomes of present choices with extraordinary clarity. Yet she uses this knowledge not to predetermine events, but to understand when guidance might help mortals make choices aligned with their deepest values and long-term well-being. The concept of fate, as the Raven Queen understands it, operates through what philosophers term chosen inevitability. Individuals possess genuine freedom to make decisions, but those decisions create cascading consequences that, once set in motion, follow natural patterns toward likely outcomes. A warrior who chooses to value honor above personal safety will likely face situations where that choice leads to heroic death. A scholar who prioritizes wisdom over worldly success will probably experience poverty, but achieve understanding that transcends material concerns. The Raven Queen's influence helps mortals recognize these patterns, not to force particular choices, but to ensure that decisions are made with full awareness of their likely consequences. Her ravens carry messages that illuminate the connections between present actions and future outcomes, allowing individuals to choose their paths with genuine understanding, rather than naive optimism or paralyzing fear. Her mastery over winter's domain extends beyond mere seasonal change to encompass the principle of necessary endings that prepare for renewal. In the natural world, winter's apparent death creates conditions for spring's rebirth. In the realm of consciousness, periods of loss and apparent barrenness often precede phases of growth and new understanding. The Raven Queen's winter is not the harsh destroyer of life, but the wise gardener who prunes away what has served its purpose to make room for new growth. Her influence helps mortals recognize when relationships, careers, beliefs, or other life structures have reached their natural conclusion and require release rather than desperate preservation. This wisdom proves particularly valuable during what mortals experience as midlife transitions, when the dreams and identities of youth must be released to make room for the deeper purposes that emerge with maturity. Under the Raven Queen's guidance, such transitions become opportunities for growth rather than crises to be avoided. Her divine perception operates across multiple temporal dimensions simultaneously, allowing her to understand not merely what is happening in the present moment, but how current events connect to past causes and future consequences. This perspective enables her to intervene in ways that preserve the natural flow of causality while preventing the most destructive outcomes of poor choices or external manipulation. When a young ruler faces the temptation to use necromantic magic to resurrect a beloved advisor, the Raven Queen's influence might manifest as a series of subtle events that demonstrate the true cost of such violation of natural order. A chance encounter with someone whose life was destroyed by undead creatures, a dream that reveals the spiritual anguish of souls trapped between life and death, or a conversation with a wise elder who shares stories about accepting loss with grace. These interventions preserve the ruler's freedom to choose, while ensuring that the choice is made with full understanding of its implications. The goal is not to manipulate the decision, but to provide the knowledge necessary for wisdom to operate through mortal judgment. Her role as goddess of transition extends to every form of change that conscious beings experience. The awkward transformations of adolescence, the disorientation of career changes, the grief that follows loss, the fear that accompanies new responsibility, all fall within her domain, because all involve the fundamental challenge of releasing one form of identity to embrace another. The Raven Queen's guidance during such transitions emphasizes acceptance of discomfort as natural and temporary, understanding that growth requires the temporary abandonment of familiar patterns, and trust that new forms of stability will emerge from apparent chaos. Her influence helps mortals navigate change without either resisting it so strongly that they stagnate, or embracing it so completely that they lose all continuity of identity. Perhaps the most profound aspect of her divinity involves the integration of apparent opposites into coherent wisdom. Life and death, fate and freedom, ending and beginning. These concepts that mortals often experience as contradictory become, under her influence, complementary aspects of a single underlying truth about the nature of conscious existence. This integration allows those who serve her to approach life's challenges with what mystics term paradoxical thinking, the ability to hold seemingly contradictory truths simultaneously without requiring immediate resolution. A paladin in her service might fight fiercely to preserve life, while accepting that death sometimes represents the more compassionate outcome. A healer might work tirelessly to cure disease, while understanding that some illnesses serve purposes beyond medical intervention. The wisdom traditions that have emerged around the Raven Queen's teaching emphasize meditation on endings as a path to understanding beginnings, contemplation of death as a method for appreciating life, and acceptance of limitation as the foundation for transcendence. These practices produce individuals who can face uncertainty with equanimity, loss with grace, and change with curiosity rather than fear. Her divine essence manifests most clearly in moments when mortals face the choice between clinging to what is familiar and embracing what is necessary for growth. In such moments, her influence appears not as external compulsion, but as the quiet voice of wisdom that helps individuals recognize their own deepest values and find the courage to act upon them. Through her unique approach to divinity, the Raven Queen has demonstrated that true divine power lies not in the ability to impose one's will upon reality, but in the wisdom to help consciousness discover its own capacity for growth, meaning, and transcendence within the natural limitations that define its existence. Chapter 4. Ravens, Wraiths, and Servants. Every divine power requires agents to carry out its will across the vast expanse of existence, but few deities have assembled such a diverse and purposeful array of servants as the Raven Queen. Her agents range from the iconic ravens whose black wings carry messages between realms, to the ethereal wraiths who guard the boundaries between life and death, to mortal beings who have chosen to serve death's natural order through their own free will and understanding. The ravens themselves represent far more than mere messengers or symbolic creatures. Each bird carries within its small form a fragment of the Raven Queen's divine consciousness, making them living extensions of her awareness rather than simple animals trained to perform tasks. When a raven appears to a mortal facing death's approach, it brings not only guidance, but the accumulated wisdom of countless peaceful transitions witnessed across the ages. These creatures possess intelligence that transcends normal avian capacity, while maintaining the essential characteristics that make ravens such appropriate symbols for death's mysteries. Their black feathers absorb light rather than reflecting it, creating the impression that they exist partially outside normal visual perception. Their harsh cries can convey complex emotional truths that transcend language barriers, speaking directly to the part of consciousness that recognizes universal experiences. A raven's appearance often marks moments of crucial decision regarding life and death. They gather at battlefields, not as scavengers feeding on carrion, but as guides, helping the dying find peace in their final moments. They perch outside the windows of sick rooms, offering comfort through their presence to families struggling with impending loss. They appear to individuals contemplating suicide, their behavior subtly encouraging reconsideration, or, when death truly represents the most merciful outcome, helping ease the transition. The relationship between the ravens and their divine mistress operates through principles that mortal minds struggle to comprehend fully. Each bird maintains its individual personality and decision-making capacity, while simultaneously serving as a conduit for divine will. They are neither mindless automatons controlled by external force, nor independent agents who might act contrary to their mistress's purposes, but rather conscious beings whose understanding has been expanded to encompass cosmic perspectives on death and meaning. When multiple ravens gather together, their collective consciousness can access greater portions of the Raven Queen's knowledge and power. A murder of ravens surrounding a powerful necromancer might coordinate their actions to disrupt ritual magic, their combined presence creating spiritual pressure that makes Undeath creating ceremonies extremely difficult to complete successfully. The Wraiths that serve the Raven Queen represent a different category of servant entirely, beings who were once mortal, but have undergone transformation that allows them to exist as conscious entities within the boundary space between life and death. Unlike the tormented spirits that result from violent or premature death, these wraiths achieved their current state through voluntary service and deep understanding of mortality's sacred nature. These ethereal servants appear as humanoid figures composed of shadow and memory, their forms shifting between solid appearance and translucent manifestation depending on their current needs and the spiritual sensitivity of those who perceive them. They retain their individual personalities and memories from mortal life, but these characteristics have been refined through direct experience of death's transition into wisdom about the fundamental nature of existence. Their primary function involves patrolling the boundaries between different states of being, ensuring that souls making the transition from life to death receive appropriate guidance while preventing interference from forces that would trap consciousness in states between proper life and peaceful death. When necromancers attempt to bind souls for their own purposes, wraiths intervene not through violent confrontation, but through spiritual pressure that makes such binding extremely difficult to maintain. The process of becoming one of the Raven Queen's wraiths requires more than simple death or divine appointment. Candidates must demonstrate during their mortal lives an understanding of death's role in giving life meaning, acceptance of mortality's natural limitations, and commitment to helping others navigate life's transitions with wisdom rather than fear. The transformation itself occurs at the moment of natural death for those who have earned this form of continued service. Instead of proceeding to whatever afterlife awaits most souls, these individuals experience a different kind of transition that preserves their consciousness while expanding their perception to encompass perspectives normally available only to divine entities. Sister Adelheid, the Compassionate, exemplifies the path that leads to such service. A healer who spent her mortal life tending to plague victims, she developed profound understanding of when medical intervention served genuine healing and when it merely prolonged suffering. Her ability to help both patients and families accept death when fighting became meaningless earned her recognition among the Raven Queen's mortal servants long before her own passing. When Sister Adelheid faced her own death from the same plague she had fought against for decades, she experienced the transition as completion rather than defeat. Her consciousness, instead of departing for realms beyond mortal perception, was transformed into a wraith, whose mission involves guiding other healers to develop similar wisdom about the relationship between preserving life and accepting death. Her post-mortal service demonstrates the sophisticated nature of the Raven Queen's guidance system. Sister Adelheid appears to physicians and healers facing difficult decisions about end-of-life care, not to dictate specific choices, but to help them develop the intuitive understanding necessary for wisdom to operate through their professional judgment. Among the Raven Queen's mortal servants, the Shadar Kai occupy a unique position as beings who remain alive but have been fundamentally transformed by prolonged exposure to the Shadowfell's energies. These elves, originally from the Feywild, chose exile in the realm of death and memory, rather than accept the artificial immortality that characterizes Fey existence. The Shadar Kai transformation reflects deep philosophical commitment to mortality's value. By accepting the aging and death that other elves avoid through magical means, they demonstrate understanding that consciousness gains meaning precisely through its finite nature. Their pale skin and dark hair reflect this choice, marking them as beings who have embraced rather than fled from mortality's approach. Their service to the Raven Queen involves both direct action in the material plane and specialized missions within the Shadowfell itself. Shadar Kai warriors might appear to defend graveyards from necromantic violation, their understanding of death's sacred nature making them particularly effective against undead creatures. Shadar Kai scholars work to preserve knowledge about peaceful death and proper funeral rites, ensuring that wisdom about mortality's meaning survives cultural changes and historical upheavals. The most elite among the Shadar Kai serve as the Raven Queen's direct representatives in situations requiring both diplomatic skill and uncompromising commitment to death's natural order. These agents might negotiate with powerful entities, attempting to create artificial forms of immortality, offering alternatives that preserve the seeker's essential goals while respecting cosmic balance. Beyond these primary categories of servants, the Raven Queen's influence extends to countless mortals who serve her cause without formal recognition or supernatural transformation. Gravekeepers who tend burial sites with genuine reverence, midwives who understand when to fight for a difficult birth and when to help families accept loss, soldiers who face death with courage rather than seek to avoid it at any cost. All these individuals contribute to maintaining the natural order that she protects. The coordination between different types of servants demonstrates the sophisticated nature of the Raven Queen's organizational approach. Ravens might carry messages between widely separated agents. Wraiths might provide spiritual support during particularly challenging missions, and Shadar Kai might offer tactical expertise for confronting threats that require direct intervention. This network operates without rigid hierarchy or formal command structure, unified, instead, by shared understanding of death's role in giving existence meaning and urgency. Each servant contributes according to their unique capabilities and circumstances, while the overall mission of preserving mortality's sacred nature provides coordination and purpose that transcends individual limitations. Through this diverse array of agents and servants, the Raven Queen maintains presence and influence across multiple planes of existence, while preserving the principle that wisdom emerges through understanding rather than compulsion. Her servants offer guidance and support to mortals facing life's ultimate challenges, but always in ways that preserve individual choice and responsibility for the decisions that define each person's unique approach to mortality's meaning. Chapter 5. The War Against Undeath. Death is meant to be a doorway, not a prison. When the natural order is perverted, and souls are chained to rotting flesh, when the sacred transition from life to rest is corrupted into an obscene mockery of existence, then war becomes not merely justified, but necessary. Thus speaks the eternal conflict that has defined the Raven Queen's divine purpose since her ascension, the relentless crusade against those who would make undeath into a twisted form of immortality. In the cosmic hierarchy of divine purpose, few campaigns have been waged with such personal fury as the Raven Queen's war against the architects of undeath. This is not the distant philosophical opposition of order against chaos, but the burning rage of one who has witnessed firsthand the horror of souls trapped between life and death, denied the peace that should be every mortal's birthright. From her throne in the Shadowfell, the Raven Queen watches the movements of those who dare to traffic in undeath with the patience of winter and the inevitability of the grave. Her ravens carry reports from across the plains, whispers of necromancers delving too deep into forbidden arts, rumors of liches extending their vile existence through unspeakable rituals, tales of death knights bound by oaths that pervert the very concept of honor beyond the grave. The greatest of her enemies stands Orcus, the demon prince of Undeath, whose very existence represents everything she abhors. Where the Raven Queen sees death as a natural conclusion to life's story, Orcus sees it as merely the beginning of a different kind of slavery. His realm in the abyss pulses with the animated remains of countless victims, their souls twisted into shapes of perpetual torment and service. The war between these two powers is not fought with armies in the traditional sense, but through champions and proxies, through the corruption and purification of sacred sites, through the struggle for the souls of those who stand at the threshold between life and death. When a powerful necromancer begins constructing a phylactery to ensure their own lichdom, the Raven Queen's influence whispers through the minds of paladins and clerics, guiding them toward righteous intervention. One of the most legendary campaigns in this eternal war occurred when Orcus sought to corrupt the positive energy plane itself, to turn the very source of life force into a font of undeath. The plan was audacious beyond measure. If successful, it would have transformed the fundamental nature of existence, making undeath the natural state and true death an aberration to be feared and avoided. The Raven Queen's response was swift and terrible. She manifested avatar after avatar in the material plane, each one leading mortal champions in coordinated strikes against Orcus's cultists and undead servants. Ancient burial grounds that had been defiled were cleansed with winter's purifying cold. Necromancers who had spent centuries perfecting their dark arts found their laboratories frozen solid, their research turned to ice that would never melt. The climax of this particular campaign came when the Raven Queen herself crossed into the abyss, a journey that required her to abandon much of her divine power temporarily, making her vulnerable in ways that she had not been since her mortal days. In the heart of Thanatos, Orcus's realm, she confronted the demon prince in single combat, while her mortal champions battled his undead legions. The battle between goddess and demon prince raged for what mortals would perceive as days, though time flows differently in the abyss. Where the Raven Queen's attacks struck, the very ground was purified, causing Orcus's undead servants to crumble into blessed dust. Where Orcus's necrotic energy touched her, she felt the echo of the mortality she had sacrificed, a bittersweet reminder of what she had given up to gain the power to fight such battles. Neither could claim complete victory in that confrontation. The Raven Queen succeeded in disrupting Orcus's plan to corrupt the positive energy plane, but at great cost to herself. The demon prince learned that his ancient enemy would risk everything to maintain the natural order of death. But he also gained valuable intelligence about the limits of her power when she ventured beyond her own domain. The war extends beyond singular confrontations with demon princes. The Raven Queen's crusade touches every corner of existence where undeath threatens to take root. In the depths of ancient dungeons, her influence guides adventurers toward hidden caches of undead, ensuring that no vampire or lich can rest comfortably in their chosen tomb. In the halls of magical academies, her subtle pressure influences the curriculum, making certain that students learn the ethical boundaries of necromantic magic alongside its practical applications. Her conflict with Vecna, the Whispered One who achieved lichdom and later godhood, represents perhaps the most personal aspect of this war. Vecna embodies everything the Raven Queen despises, a mortal who chose undeath not from desperation or noble purpose, but from pure ambition and the desire to accumulate power and knowledge beyond mortal limits. Their battles occur primarily in the realm of secrets and hidden knowledge, with each seeking to undermine the other's influence over mortals who stand at the crossroads between life and undeath. When Vecna's cults begin spreading the promise of immortality through lichdom, the Raven Queen responds by inspiring scholars and sages to rediscover the true costs of such transformations. Ancient texts detailing the psychological horror of undead existence mysteriously appear in libraries where they are most needed. Dreams and visions guide holy warriors to hidden cult strongholds, often arriving just as crucial rituals reach their most vulnerable stages. The war is fought, too, in the hearts and minds of individual mortals who face the choice between accepting death's natural approach or seeking to extend their existence through undead transformation. The Raven Queen's influence manifests as the quiet voice of acceptance, the gentle pull toward peaceful rest when suffering becomes too great to bear. She offers not the false promise of avoiding death, but the true comfort of facing it with dignity and understanding. Her champions in this war are diverse, not only the obvious paladins and clerics who serve death deities, but also those who simply understand the value of mortality's natural cycles. Druids who protect sacred groves from necromantic corruption, bards who preserve the stories of the dead so their memories need not be trapped in undead flesh, even simple gravekeepers who tend burial sites with reverence and respect. The most recent chapter in this eternal conflict emerged when a cabal of liches attempted to create what they called the Eternal Academy, a realm where undead scholars could pursue knowledge and research free from the limitations of mortal lifespans. On the surface, the goal seemed almost noble, the pursuit of learning elevated above the inconvenience of death. But the Raven Queen recognized the deeper corruption in such thinking. Her response demonstrated the sophistication her war against Undeath had developed over the millennia. Rather than direct confrontation, she began subtly influencing mortal scholars to ask uncomfortable questions about the ethical implications of the Eternal Academy. Research projects began revealing the hidden costs of the lichdom process, the way it gradually stripped away empathy and connection to the living world. Gradually, the very mortals the lich sought to recruit began to understand that true knowledge required the perspective that only mortality could provide. The campaign succeeded not through violence, but through the revelation of truth, that Undeath, no matter how sophisticated or well-intentioned, ultimately separated its practitioners from the very experiences and emotions that gave knowledge its meaning and purpose. And so the war continues, fought on battlefields both cosmic and intimate. Each soul that accepts death's natural approach, rather than seeking undead immortality, represents a victory in this endless campaign. Every peaceful passing, every dignified end, every moment when mortality's beauty is chosen over undeath's hollow promise, strikes a blow against the forces that would pervert death's sacred purpose. The Raven Queen's war against Undeath stands as testament to the truth that some battles must be fought not for conquest or glory, but simply to preserve the fundamental nature of existence itself. In fighting to maintain death's natural order, she ensures that life retains its precious, finite meaning. Chapter 6. Mortal Champions and Warlocks. Power calls to power, and in the space between what mortals desire and what they truly need, divine patrons weave the threads of otherworldly pacts. Among all the entities that offer forbidden knowledge and supernatural might to ambitious souls, few present such a paradox as the Raven Queen, a goddess who grants power through death's mysteries, while demanding that her servants truly understand life's value. The bargains struck with the Raven Queen differ fundamentally from the contracts sealed with demons or devils, where fiendish patrons seek to corrupt and control, trading immediate power for eventual enslavement. The Mistress of Death offers something far more complex, the ability to serve as guardian of mortality's sacred boundaries, purchased with the understanding that all things, even divine service, must eventually come to an end. Her warlocks are marked from the moment they accept her pact, touched by the chill of the Shadowfell, and granted sight beyond the veil that separates life from death. I can perceive the threads of fate that bind mortals to their destinies, see the approach of death long before others recognize its signs, and wield necrotic energies not to create undeath, but to ensure that death, when it comes, brings the peace it was meant to provide. Consider the tale of Lysander Cromorn, a scholar who first sought the Raven Queen's patronage, not from ambition but from grief. His beloved sister had fallen victim to a vampire's bite, transformed into one of the undead creatures he had spent his scholarly career studying. Traditional clerical magic proved insufficient to restore her soul to proper rest. The vampiric curse ran too deep, its roots twisted around her very essence like thorns around a dying flower. In desperation, Lysander delved into the most forbidden sections of his university's library, seeking any knowledge that might offer hope. It was there, in a text written on pages that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, that he first learned of the possibility of forming a pact with Death's own mistress. The ritual required was simple in its components but profound in its implications. A single raven's feather, a vial of water from the River of Souls, and most crucially, the willing surrender of his own natural lifespan's final decade. The Raven Queen appeared to him not in the dramatic manifestation of shadow and storm that legends describe, but as a figure of quiet authority seated beside his sister's coffin. Her presence brought with it the silence of deep winter, but also a strange comfort, the peace that comes from accepting what cannot be changed, while committing to change what must not be allowed to continue. The bargain she offered was characteristically complex. She would grant Lysander the power to release his sister's soul from its undead prison, but in exchange, he would serve as her agent in the mortal world, hunting down other vampires and ensuring that their victims found proper rest. His shortened lifespan would burn brighter but briefer, each year of service earning his sister's soul a measure of peace in the afterlife. Lysander accepted without hesitation, and the transformation was immediate. His scholarly understanding of necromancy deepened into intuitive mastery, but more importantly, he gained the ability to perceive the spiritual wounds that Undeath inflicted on both victim and victim's loved ones. When he finally confronted the vampire that had claimed his sister, the creature found itself facing not merely a grieving brother, but an agent of Death's own justice. The battle was brief but decisive. Lysander's newfound powers allowed him to strip away the centuries of false immortality the vampire had accumulated, revealing the withered, desperate thing it had become. As his sister's soul was finally released to proper rest, Lysander felt the weight of his pact settle around him like a mantle, not a burden, but a purpose that would define the remainder of his shortened life. His subsequent career as the Raven Queen's champion became legendary among those who traffic in knowledge of the undead. Unlike traditional vampire hunters who relied on holy symbols and blessed weapons, Lysander fought with an understanding of what undeath truly cost its victims. He offered vampires a choice: embrace true death and find peace, or face destruction at the hands of one who had sacrificed his own natural lifespan to ensure their victims found rest. Many accepted his offer of peaceful dissolution, recognizing in his presence the authority of one who spoke with death's own voice. Those who refused found themselves facing powers they could not comprehend, necrotic energies that healed the living while destroying the undead, spells that revealed the true horror of their existence to any who witnessed them, and most terrifyingly, the ability to force them to remember what they had once been before Undeath stripped away their humanity. But the Raven Queen's mortal servants extend far beyond individual warlocks bound by personal tragedy. In the great city of Waterdeep, a secret society known as the Keepers of the Final Rest maintains a hidden temple in the City of the Dead, where clerics and warlocks work together to ensure that every burial receives proper rites and every grave remains sanctified against necromantic intrusion. These urban champions face threats different from those encountered in ancient dungeons or remote wilderness areas. The undead that plague great cities are often more sophisticated vampires who have learned to blend into noble society, liches who maintain legitimate businesses as covers for their research, or ghosts bound to locations of great historical significance. The keepers must operate with subtlety, investigating suspicious deaths and mysterious disappearances, while maintaining the fiction that such horrors do not exist within civilization's heart. Sister Morwen, a cleric who serves dual devotion to both the traditional life deity and the Raven Queen, exemplifies this urban approach to death's guardianship. By day, she tends to the sick and dying in Waterdeep's charitable hospitals, offering comfort to those approaching death's threshold and ensuring that their passing brings peace rather than fear. By night, she investigates reports of the recently dead walking again, armed with both divine magic and the practical knowledge that comes from witnessing thousands of natural deaths. Her most celebrated case involved a series of mysterious murders in the dock ward, where victims were found drained of blood, but showing none of the traditional signs of vampiric predation. The city's official investigators dismissed the deaths as the work of a mundane serial killer, but Sister Morwen recognized subtler signs, the way shadows seemed to avoid the murder sites, the unnatural cold that lingered around the victim's remains, and most tellingly, the complete absence of any spiritual trace where the victim's souls should have departed. Her investigation revealed a vampire of unusual sophistication, a former priest who had been transformed centuries ago, but retained enough of his original devotion to attempt what he called merciful feeding. Instead of creating new vampires or leaving obvious victims, he used stolen clerical magic to ease his victims' passing, convincing himself that he was offering them a peaceful death, even as he consumed their life force. The confrontation between Sister Morwen and this fallen priest became a theological debate as much as a battle. He argued that his method of feeding caused less suffering than traditional vampiric predation, that his victims died peacefully even as they fed his unnatural hunger. She countered that any death taken for the sustenance of undeath was a perversion of mortality's natural order, regardless of how gently it was accomplished. The battle was won, not through superior force, but through the Raven Queen's gift of true sight. Sister Morwen showed the vampire what his merciful feeding truly looked like from the perspective of the departing souls, the horror of being consumed, even as death's peace was being offered, the way his artificial comfort prevented proper spiritual transition. Faced with this revelation, the ancient vampire chose to embrace true death rather than continue his centuries of self-deception. Perhaps the most complex category of the Raven Queen's mortal servants are those who serve her inadvertently, individuals whose natural instincts and moral choices align with her purposes without any formal pact or divine calling. These include gravekeepers who tend burial sites with genuine reverence, healers who know when to fight death and when to help patients accept its approach, and even simple folk who offer comfort to the dying without thought of reward or recognition. The Raven Queen's influence touches these servants lightly, not through dramatic manifestations of power, but through subtle guidance and protection. A midwife attending a difficult birth might find her hands steadied by an unseen presence when deciding whether to save mother or child becomes impossible. A physician treating plague victims might discover that his natural immunity extends just far enough to allow him to offer comfort without becoming a victim himself. These unmarked servants often remain unaware of their patron's identity, attributing their successes to skill, luck, or the blessing of whatever deity they formally worship. The Raven Queen asks nothing of them beyond what their own consciences already demand, that they treat death with respect, that they offer comfort to the dying, and that they refuse to let grief drive them toward the false promises of undeath. In this vast network of formal champions and informal allies, the Raven Queen has created something unprecedented among divine powers, a following based not on worship or fear, but on shared understanding of mortality's true value. Her servants know that their lives will end, that their service has a natural conclusion, and that this limitation gives their choices meaning rather than diminishing their importance. And so Death's mistress gathers her mortal agents, not through promises of eternal reward or threats of cosmic punishment, but through the simple recognition that some battles are worth fighting precisely because they cannot be won forever. In accepting service to the Raven Queen, mortals do not transcend their humanity, but embrace it fully, understanding that death gives life its urgency and meaning. Chapter 7. The Veil Between Worlds. There exists in the architecture of reality itself a boundary more profound than any mountain range or ocean, more ancient than the oldest stars, and more sacred than the holiest temple. This is the veil between worlds, that mystical membrane that separates the realm of the living from the domain of the dead, maintained by forces both cosmic and intimate, guarded by she who understands better than any other divine power the terrible consequences of its violation. The Raven Queen stands as the primary guardian of this ethereal frontier, her consciousness spread across countless points where life meets its ending. Through her divine awareness, she perceives every soul's moment of transition, every instance where the spark of mortality gutters and dies, every passage from the vibrant chaos of existence to the peaceful stillness that lies beyond. It is a responsibility that no mortal mind could comprehend, a duty that requires both infinite compassion and absolute resolve. To understand the veil's true nature, one must first abandon mortal preconceptions about death as merely the cessation of biological function. Death, in its cosmic sense, is a doorway, the carefully calibrated transition that allows consciousness to shed the limitations of physical form while preserving the essential experiences and growth that define individual souls. The veil serves as the mechanism that ensures this transition occurs naturally, without interference from forces that would seek to trap souls in states between life and death. The physical manifestations of the veil vary across different regions and cultures, but certain characteristics remain constant. In ancient graveyards where generations have been laid to rest with proper ceremony, the boundary between worlds grows thin enough that sensitive individuals can perceive the whispers of departed souls finding peace. Sacred groves, where druids have honored the natural cycles of death and rebirth for centuries, often develop gaps in the veil that allow communication between worlds without violating the fundamental order. But it is in the moments of individual death that the veil's true nature becomes most apparent. The Raven Queen's presence manifests not as a terrifying specter come to claim souls, but as a gentle guide offering passage through what might otherwise be a terrifying transition. Those who have experienced near-death encounters often speak of a figure glimpsed at the edge of vision, neither threatening nor comforting in any simple sense, but possessed of an authority so absolute that it makes resistance impossible and unnecessary. The process of guided transition reveals the sophisticated nature of the Raven Queen's influence over fate and destiny. She does not simply collect souls at random moments, but rather perceives the intricate web of causality that determines when each individual's story reaches its natural conclusion. A warrior might die in battle, not because the Raven Queen arbitrarily decreed it, but because the choices that defined his life led inevitably to that moment of heroic sacrifice. Yet her influence extends beyond passive observation. When forces threaten to interfere with natural death, whether through necromantic magic, fiendish intervention, or the desperate bargains of those who cannot accept mortality's approach, the Raven Queen acts to preserve the integrity of the transition process. Her intervention might manifest as a sudden failure of the magical rituals attempting to bind a soul to undeath, or as the appearance of guides who help lost spirits find their way to proper rest. Consider the phenomenon known to scholars as the Death's Door Vigil, those mysterious instances where individuals hovering between life and death report encounters with departed loved ones who seem to offer guidance about whether to return to life or continue toward death. These visitations are not random hallucinations or wishful thinking, but rather manifestations of the Raven Queen's influence working through the connections that bind souls across the boundary between worlds. The famous case of Lady Evelyn Brightwater illustrates this process with particular clarity. Struck down by a wasting curse that slowly drained her life force, she lingered for weeks at death's threshold, while healers from across the realm attempted various cures. During this period, she reported nightly visits from her deceased husband, who would appear at her bedside and engage her in long conversations about their shared memories and her responsibilities to their living children. These encounters were not mere dreams or fever visions. Other individuals present in Lady Brightwater's chamber during these episodes reported sudden drops in temperature, the scent of winter roses that had been her husband's favorite flower, and most remarkably, detailed information about events from the couple's private life that the dying woman had never shared with anyone. The husband's spirit was serving as an agent of the Raven Queen's will, helping his beloved understand that her choice between life and death must be made freely and with full understanding of its consequences. Ultimately, Lady Brightwater chose to return to life, her decision motivated not by fear of death, but by recognition that her young children still needed her guidance. The curse that had been slowly killing her broke the moment she made this choice, not through divine intervention that violated natural law, but through the restoration of her will to live, which rekindled the life force that the curse had been slowly extinguishing. The veil's influence on destiny operates through such subtle mechanisms, preserving free will while ensuring that the cosmic order remains intact. Individuals facing major life decisions often report dreams or visions that seem to offer guidance, not through direct commands, but through symbolic representations of the consequences that different choices might bring. A young woman contemplating marriage to a suitor her family opposes might dream of walking through a garden where some paths lead to flourishing flowers, while others end in withered thorns. These prophetic glimpses work through the Raven Queen's unique perspective on time and causality. As a being who exists partially outside the normal flow of temporal experience, she can perceive the likely outcomes of present choices without violating the fundamental principle that mortals must be free to choose their own paths. Her influence guides without coercing, illuminates without deciding. The most dramatic manifestations of the veil's power occur during what scholars term temporal fractures, moments when the normal progression from life to death becomes disrupted by external forces. These might result from powerful necromantic rituals, incursions from other planes of existence, or the interference of entities who seek to harvest souls for their own purposes. During such crises, the Raven Queen's response demonstrates the full scope of her divine authority over death's domain. Reality itself bends around her will as she moves to repair the damage done to the natural order. Undead creatures attempting to cross back into the realm of the living find themselves facing barriers of pure spiritual force that no amount of necrotic energy can breach. Souls that have been artificially separated from their bodies discover ethereal pathways that lead them safely through the chaos, back to their proper resting places. The great necromantic uprising of the Moonshae Isles provides perhaps the most dramatic example of such intervention on record. A cabal of death priests had succeeded in creating what they called a soul storm, a massive disruption of the veil that allowed them to drag spirits back from the afterlife to serve as undead armies. The temporal fracture grew so severe that time itself began flowing backward in the affected regions, causing the recently dead to spontaneously rise, while the living aged in reverse. The Raven Queen's response was swift and absolute. She manifested an avatar in the heart of the storm, not the shadowy figure of popular imagination, but a being of such concentrated authority over death that her mere presence began restoring the natural order. The necromancers found their stolen souls slipping from their control as the spirits recognized their true sovereign. The temporal distortions collapsed as time resumed its proper flow, and the artificial undead crumbled to dust as death reclaimed what had been wrongfully taken from its domain. Yet the veil's most important function occurs not during such dramatic crises, but in the countless quiet moments when individual souls make their peaceful transition from life to whatever lies beyond. In hospital rooms and battlefield clearings, in the bedchambers of the elderly and the sudden silences where accidents claim the young, the Raven Queen's presence ensures that death brings the dignity and peace it was meant to provide. Through her guardianship of the veil between worlds, she maintains the cosmic balance that allows life to have meaning precisely because it must end. Without death's boundary, existence would become an endless accumulation of experiences without conclusion or significance. Without the proper transition that the veil provides, souls might remain trapped in states of confusion and suffering rather than finding the rest they have earned through their mortal struggles. And so death's mistress continues her eternal vigil, preserving the sacred boundary that separates what is from what was, ensuring that when mortals reach the end of their stories, they find not an arbitrary termination, but a doorway to whatever deeper truths await beyond the limits of corporeal existence. In maintaining the veil between worlds, the Raven Queen upholds the fundamental promise that death, when it comes in its proper time and manner, brings not loss but transformation. Chapter 8. Ancient Enemies and Divine Rivals. In the pantheon of divine powers, few conflicts burn with such personal intensity as those waged between entities who claim dominion over death's mysteries. Where mortal rivals might clash over territory or resources, The gods who govern mortality's final threshold battle for something far more fundamental, the right to define what death means, how it should be approached, and what lies beyond its veil. The Raven Queen's position as Death's guardian has inevitably brought her into conflict with other divine powers, who view mortality's ending through different philosophical lenses. These are not mere territorial disputes between cosmic neighbors, but fundamental disagreements about the nature of existence itself. Battles fought across millennia, with the souls of mortals serving as both prize and battlefield. Chief among her adversaries stands Vecna, the Whispered One, whose very existence represents everything the Raven Queen abhors about the perversion of death's natural order, where she sees death as a sacred transition that gives life its meaning and urgency. Vecna views it as merely an obstacle to be overcome in the pursuit of ultimate knowledge and power. His transformation from mortal wizard to lich, and eventually to godhood itself, embodies the arrogant rejection of mortality's lessons that the Raven Queen has sworn to oppose. The conflict between these two powers operates primarily in the realm of secrets and hidden knowledge, for Vecna's domain encompasses not only undeath, but also the hoarding of information that should flow freely among mortals. The Raven Queen counters his influence by ensuring that knowledge of death's true nature remains accessible to those who need it, that the wisdom gained through accepting mortality is not lost to the machinations of those who would cheat the natural order. Their rivalry manifests most clearly in the treatment of mortal scholars and wizards who approach the boundaries of forbidden knowledge. When a researcher begins delving into the theoretical foundations of lichdom, two influences compete for their attention. Vecna's whispers promise unlimited time to pursue every avenue of inquiry, freedom from the constraints of mortal lifespan that cut short so many brilliant careers. The Raven Queen's subtler influence reminds them that knowledge has value precisely because life is finite, that wisdom comes from understanding one's place in the cosmic order, rather than attempting to transcend it. The famous case of Archmage Thessarian illustrates this conflict with tragic clarity. A brilliant researcher whose discoveries in transmutation magic had revolutionized the field, he found himself facing a terminal illness just as his greatest work approached completion. Vecna's cultists approached him with promises of lichdom, offering to preserve his genius for eternity in exchange for his service to their master. The ritual they proposed would grant him unlimited time to perfect his theories and explore every magical possibility. But the Raven Queen's influence reached him through different channels, through the dreams of peaceful rest that visited him in his illness, through the understanding that his work's true value lay not in its theoretical perfection, but in how it might benefit future generations of mortal mages. She showed him visions of his students carrying forward his research, building upon his foundation to achieve discoveries that his own limited perspective could never have conceived. Thessarian's choice to reject lichdom and accept natural death struck a significant blow against Vecna's influence in the magical community. His final paper, written in the weeks before his passing, became a seminal work on the ethical boundaries of magical research. More importantly, his peaceful acceptance of mortality inspired a generation of scholars to view their work not as personal achievements to be preserved forever, but as contributions to the ongoing conversation of mortal knowledge. The rivalry extends beyond individual cases to encompass fundamental approaches to the accumulation and preservation of knowledge. Vecna's followers create hidden libraries and secret archives, hoarding information like dragons hoarding gold, believing that knowledge becomes more valuable when it is scarce and controlled. The Raven Queen's influence encourages the opposite approach. The sharing of wisdom, the preservation of important knowledge, in forms that can outlast any individual keeper, and the understanding that information gains meaning through its application to mortal concerns. But Vecna is not the Raven Queen's only divine rival. Orcus, the demon prince of Undeath, represents a different kind of opposition. Where Vecna seeks to cheat death through cunning and knowledge, Orcus simply rejects death's authority altogether, viewing it as weakness to be overcome through brute force and demonic power. The conflict with Orcus operates on a more visceral level than the subtle intellectual warfare waged against Vecna. where the Whispered One corrupts through temptation and the promise of enlightenment, Orcus spreads his influence through fear and the desperate desire to avoid death at any cost. His cult attracts not the brilliant and ambitious, but the terrified and grief-stricken, those who have lost loved ones and cannot accept the finality of their passing. The Raven Queen's opposition to Orcus focuses on providing alternatives to despair. When mortals face the loss of those they love, she offers not the false promise of resurrection or undead reunion, but the deeper comfort of understanding death as transformation rather than termination. Her influence helps the grieving find meaning in memory, connection through shared experience, and peace through acceptance of natural cycles. Perhaps the most complex of her divine relationships involves other death deities, who approach mortality's threshold from different cultural and philosophical perspectives. Kelimver, the Forgotten Realm's god of the dead, shares many of her basic principles about the importance of natural death, but their methods often clash. Where the Raven Queen emphasizes acceptance and the beauty of mortality's finite nature, Kelimver focuses more on justice and the proper sorting of souls according to their moral standing. Their occasional conflicts arise not from fundamental disagreement about death's nature, but from different priorities in how to guide mortal behavior. Kelimver's influence encourages mortals to live righteously in anticipation of divine judgment, while the Raven Queen emphasizes living fully in appreciation of mortality's precious brevity. Both approaches serve important functions, but they can come into tension when mortals seek guidance about how to approach their own deaths or the deaths of loved ones. The rivalry with Cyric, the former god of murder and death before his madness consumed him, represents one of the Raven Queen's most troubling conflicts. Cyric's approach to death was chaotic and destructive, viewing murder as a form of worship and violent death as somehow more meaningful than peaceful passing. His influence attracted those who confused death with killing, who believed that taking life granted some form of power or authority. The Raven Queen's campaign against Cyric's influence required her to work closely with other divine powers, including some she might otherwise view as rivals. The coalition that eventually contained Cyric's destructive madness demonstrated that even death gods with different philosophical approaches could unite against forces that threatened to corrupt death's essential nature. In the current cosmic landscape, the Raven Queen finds herself navigating relationships with newer divine powers who approach death from perspectives shaped by more recent mortal experiences. The appearance of gods who govern technological forms of death, or deities who claim authority over deaths that occur in virtual or constructed realities, presents challenges that her ancient wisdom must adapt to address. These emerging conflicts often center on questions about what constitutes natural death, in an era when magic and technology increasingly blur the boundaries between life and death. The Raven Queen's response has been characteristically nuanced. She adapts her influence to address new forms of mortality, while maintaining her core principles about the importance of accepting death's role in giving life meaning. The most recent development in divine politics affecting her domain involves attempts by various powers to create what they term hybrid afterlives, realms where souls can experience some form of continued existence without fully transitioning to traditional concepts of death or undeath. The Raven Queen views these experiments with suspicion, seeing them as potentially dangerous compromises that might undermine mortals' ability to fully embrace either life or death. Her opposition to such innovations demonstrates the consistency of her core philosophy across changing circumstances. Whether confronting ancient enemies like Vecna and Orcus, or responding to novel challenges from emerging divine powers, she maintains her fundamental commitment to preserving death's role as a meaningful transition that gives structure and urgency to mortal existence. Through all these conflicts and rivalries, the Raven Queen has established herself not merely as another death deity competing for worship and influence, but as the guardian of death's essential nature itself. Her battles are fought not for personal aggrandizement or the expansion of her domain, but for the preservation of the cosmic principles that make mortality both precious and meaningful. In the endless dance of divine politics and cosmic conflict, She stands as the constant reminder that some things must end for others to have meaning, that death's approach gives weight to every choice and urgency to every moment of connection between living beings. Chapter 9. Artifacts of Winter's Crown. Power, when wielded by divine hands, does not merely manifest as abstract force or cosmic influence, but crystallizes into physical forms that mortals can touch, wield, and sometimes claim for their own purposes. Among all the artifacts scattered across the planes of existence, few carry such weight of tragedy and transformation as those connected to the Raven Queen's domain, items forged in the crucible of her ascension, shaped by her will, or created through the profound understanding of death's mysteries that her influence provides. These artifacts represent more than mere magical items imbued with supernatural properties. Each one carries within its essence a fragment of the story that transformed a mortal queen into death's eternal guardian, a piece of the cosmic truth that mortality's ending gives life its meaning and urgency. To wield such an artifact is to accept responsibility for understanding death, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a teacher whose lessons shape the very foundation of existence. The most legendary of these items is the Raven's Mantle, a cloak woven from the feathers of ravens that witnessed the Raven Queen's transformation from mortal to divine. The artifact appears as a flowing garment of deepest black, but close examination reveals that each feather contains swirling patterns of silver and gray that seem to shift and change like winter clouds across a midnight sky. When worn, the mantle grants its bearer the ability to perceive the threads of fate that connect all living beings to their destined endings. The cloak's history reads like a catalogue of mortal hubris and divine justice. Created in the immediate aftermath of the Raven Queen's ascension, it was first claimed by ambitious necromancer named Malakar the Deathless, who believed that understanding fate's patterns would allow him to circumvent his own mortality. The mantle did indeed show him the moment and manner of his approaching death, but rather than accepting this knowledge with wisdom, he spent decades attempting to alter the threads he perceived. Each intervention Malachar made in service of extending his own life created ripples of consequence that ultimately led to exactly the fate he sought to avoid. His attempts to prevent a prophesied death in battle led him to become a lich, which in turn brought him to the attention of the Raven Queen's agents, which ultimately resulted in his destruction in the very battle he had originally sought to avoid. The mantle passed to his slayer, a paladin who understood that seeing fate's approach was not a burden to be fought, but a gift to be cherished. Equally significant among the Raven Queen's artifacts is the Soul Reaper, a blade forged not from conventional metal, but from crystallized sorrow, the physical manifestation of grief, refined through acceptance into something beautiful and purposeful. The weapon appears as a long sword, with a blade of translucent black crystal that seems to absorb light without reflecting it, while its crossguard takes the form of outstretched raven wings, and its pommel holds a small gemstone that pulses with the rhythm of a dying heartbeat. The Soul Reaper possesses the unique property of being able to harm undead creatures not through the application of holy energy, but by reminding them of what they have lost through their rejection of natural death. When the blade strikes a vampire, lich, or other undead entity, it forces them to experience a moment of perfect clarity about their condition, the isolation, the disconnection from natural cycles, the gradual erosion of everything that once made them truly alive. Many undead creatures, when faced with such revelation, choose to embrace the true death that the Soul Reaper offers rather than continuing their hollow existence. The blade grants them peaceful dissolution, allowing their souls to complete the transition that Undeath had interrupted. For those who resist this final mercy, the weapon becomes a tool of purification, gradually stripping away the necrotic energies that bind them to their cursed state. The Crown of Winter's End represents perhaps the most complex of the Raven Queen's artifacts, a circlet that appears to be carved from a single piece of black ice that never melts, adorned with 9 ravens in flight, each crafted from a different precious metal, and representing one of the 9 emotions that mortals experience when facing death: fear, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, love, hope, regret, and peace. Unlike other artifacts that grant power to their wielders, the Crown of Winter's End serves primarily as a test of character and wisdom. Those who attempt to wear it without proper understanding of death's role in the cosmic order find themselves overwhelmed by visions of every death they will witness during their lifetime. Not just their own eventual passing, but the deaths of friends, family, beloved pets, and even casual acquaintances whose stories will intersect with theirs. For most mortals, such knowledge proves unbearable, driving them to madness or despair as they become fixated on preventing deaths that have not yet occurred. But for those rare individuals who can accept these visions as reminders of life's preciousness rather than harbingers of doom, the Crown grants profound wisdom about the connections that bind all living beings together through their shared mortality. The Frost Flower Medallion tells a different sort of story about the Raven Queen's artifacts, one of love transformed by loss but not destroyed by it. Created when a mortal woman's tears of grief froze upon touching the Shadowfell's ground during her beloved's funeral, the medallion appears as a delicate silver pendant shaped like a flower made of crystallized frost, beautiful but cold to the touch. The medallion's magic allows its wearer to maintain connection with deceased loved ones, but not in the manner that desperate necromancers might desire. Instead of raising the dead, or forcing communication with unwilling spirits, the artifact enables the sharing of memories and emotions across the boundary between life and death. A grieving parent might feel their lost child's love and approval when making difficult decisions, or a widow might sense her departed husband's presence during moments of particular loneliness. This connection operates within the natural order rather than violating it, offering comfort without denying death's reality. The departed cannot return to life or provide specific information about events in the living world, but they can share the emotional support and unconditional love that transcends physical existence. The medallion serves as proof that death ends relationships, but does not erase the bonds of genuine affection that connected souls during their time together. Among the more recently created artifacts connected to the Raven Queen's influence are the Mercy Blades, a set of matching daggers commissioned by a group of healers who recognized that sometimes the greatest act of compassion involves helping suffering end rather than artificially prolonging it. Forged from silver, blessed by winter moonlight, and inscribed with prayers that acknowledge death's role as life's completion, these blades possess the power to grant peaceful death to those who request it. The ethical complexity surrounding the Mercy Blades reflects the nuanced nature of the Raven Queen's philosophy. The weapons can only be used with the explicit consent of the dying person, and only when that individual faces a death that would otherwise involve prolonged suffering without hope of recovery. The blades refuse to function when wielded by those motivated by selfish reasons, or when used against individuals who still have the will to fight for life. The most mysterious of the Raven Queen's artifacts is the Chronicle of Final Words, a book bound in leather of impossible blackness that contains blank pages until someone in its presence faces their death. At that moment, the chronicle automatically records the dying person's final thoughts, words, and emotions, preserving them not as mere text, but as complete emotional experiences that future readers can share. The Chronicle serves multiple purposes within the Raven Queen's broader mission. For mortals struggling to understand death's meaning, reading the preserved final moments of others provides profound insight into the variety of ways that different individuals approach their ending. Some face death with terror, others with relief, still others with curiosity about what lies beyond. The Chronicle demonstrates that there is no single correct way to die, but that each person's final moments reflect the unique story of their life. For scholars studying the nature of mortality and divine influence, the Chronicle provides invaluable data about how different cultural, religious, and personal backgrounds shape individuals' experiences of death. The Raven Queen's servants use this information to better understand how to provide appropriate guidance and comfort to those approaching their own endings. Perhaps most significantly, the Chronicle serves as a reminder that every death matters, that even the most humble individual's final moments contain wisdom worth preserving. In a cosmos where gods and mortals alike often focus on the dramatic deaths of heroes and villains, the Raven Queen's commitment to recording ordinary deaths demonstrates her understanding that mortality's value lies not in its extraordinary moments, but in its universal experience. The artifacts connected to the Raven Queen's domain share certain common characteristics that distinguish them from items created by other divine powers. They do not promise to grant immortality or allow their wielders to cheat death, but rather to understand death's role in giving life meaning. They often require wisdom and acceptance rather than mere power or ambition to use effectively. Most importantly, they serve not just their immediate wielders, but the broader cosmic order that the Raven Queen protects. In the scattered locations where these artifacts have appeared throughout history, they have consistently served as tests of character and catalysts for transformation. Those who encounter them must choose between the easy path of trying to avoid death's influence and the more difficult journey of accepting mortality as the foundation that gives all choices weight and meaning. Through these physical manifestations of her divine will, the Raven Queen continues to influence mortal understanding of death's role in existence, offering tools and wisdom to those brave enough to confront mortality's mysteries with honesty and courage. Chapter 10. The Courts of Memory. In the deepest chambers of the Raven Queen's fortress, where shadow and silence reign eternal, lies perhaps the most profound and melancholy of all divine repositories, the Courts of Memory, vast halls where the forgotten experiences of countless mortal lives gather like fallen leaves in an endless autumn. Here, in crystalline formations that pulse with the soft light of remembered emotions, rest the memories that mortals have lost through death, trauma, or the simple passage of time. The courts represent one of the Raven Queen's most mysterious and compassionate functions. When mortals die, their memories do not simply vanish into nothingness, but rather migrate to this ethereal archive where they are preserved, catalogued, and occasionally redistributed to serve purposes beyond their original owner's comprehension. To walk through these halls is to experience the weight of accumulated mortal experience in its rawest form. Memory crystals line the walls in formations that stretch beyond sight, each one containing not mere factual recollections, but the complete emotional context that gave those memories meaning. A crystal might hold a child's wonder at seeing snow for the first time, complete with the sensation of cold flakes on warm skin, the taste of winter air, and the underlying security of knowing that loving parents stood nearby. Another crystal preserves the final thoughts of a soldier dying far from home, filled not with regret or fear, but with gratitude for the friends who shared his final moments, and pride in the cause for which he gave his life. The memory carries with it the weight of choice freely made, the acceptance of sacrifice as meaningful rather than tragic, and the deep peace that comes from facing death with honor intact. The organization of the courts follows no system that mortal minds could easily comprehend. Memories are not sorted by chronology, geography, or the identity of their original owners, but rather by the emotional resonances and archetypal patterns they contain. Memories of first love cluster together regardless of whether they occurred in ancient kingdoms or modern cities, creating ethereal symphonies of human connection that transcend individual experience. Similarly, memories of loss and grief form their own vast chambers, but rather than radiating despair, these collections demonstrate the transformative power of sorrow, accepted and integrated into wisdom. The Raven Queen has arranged these particular memories to show how grief, when not denied or artificially prolonged, becomes a teacher that deepens compassion and strengthens the connections between living beings. The most sacred section of the courts contains what the Raven Queen terms the memories of choice, those pivotal moments when individuals faced fundamental decisions about life, death, love, and sacrifice. These memories serve as a vast library of moral philosophy, written not in abstract principles, but in the lived experiences of countless souls who confronted ethical dilemmas and chose their responses based on their deepest values. A memory crystal from this section might contain the experience of a healer who chose to tend plague victims, knowing it would likely cost her own life, complete with her reasoning process, her fears, her final moment of peace, when she realized that serving others mattered more than preserving herself. Another holds the final decision of a ruler who abdicated his throne rather than lead his people into an unjust war, carrying within it all the complex emotions of choosing principle over power. The Raven Queen does not collect these memories merely for preservation, but uses them to guide and influence mortals facing similar choices. When an individual stands at a crucial crossroads, uncertain about which path serves the greater good, they might find themselves experiencing inexplicable moments of clarity, sudden understanding that comes not from their own experience, but from the accumulated wisdom of those who faced similar decisions in ages past. This process operates with such subtlety that mortals rarely recognize the source of their insights. A young physician struggling with whether to remain in a comfortable practice or volunteer in a disease-ravaged region might suddenly recall, as though she has never experienced it herself, the profound satisfaction that comes from choosing service over security. The memory arrives not as foreign intrusion, but as natural development of her own moral reasoning, strengthened by wisdom drawn from the courts. The courts also serve as refuge for memories that would otherwise bring only pain to their original owners. When mortals suffer trauma so severe that remembering it would prevent them from functioning, the Raven Queen sometimes grants the mercy of transferred recollection. The traumatic experience is moved to the courts, while the individual retains only the lessons and growth that emerged from surviving their ordeal. This process requires enormous care and wisdom, for memories, even painful ones, form essential parts of individual identity. The Raven Queen removes only those recollections that serve no constructive purpose for their original owners, while preserving the strength, compassion, and wisdom that emerged from those experiences. The traumatic memory itself finds purpose in the courts, where it might eventually help other survivors understand that they are not alone in their struggles. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the courts involves the phenomenon known as memory resonance, the way certain memories continue to influence events in the mortal world long after their original owners have died. When individuals perform acts of exceptional courage, love, or sacrifice, the memory of those actions sometimes generates enough spiritual energy to affect similar situations occurring years or centuries later. The legend of Sir Gareth the Steadfast illustrates this principle with particular clarity. A knight who died defending a village from demons, his final hours were marked by unwavering determination, despite overwhelming odds and certain death. His memory, preserved in the courts, has since resonated across time to strengthen other defenders facing hopeless battles. Soldiers reporting sudden surges of courage in desperate moments often describe a sense of ancient honor flowing through them, the influence of Sir Gareth's memory lending strength to their resolve. This resonance operates across all forms of noble action, not merely martial courage. The memory of a teacher who dedicated her life to educating the children of the poor continues to inspire educators facing seemingly impossible challenges. The recollection of a diplomat who prevented war through patient negotiation provides wisdom to modern peacemakers struggling with complex conflicts. The Raven Queen serves as the curator of this vast collection, but she is not its sole guardian. Among her most trusted servants are the keepers of the lost beings who were once mortal scholars, philosophers, and storytellers, transformed after death into custodians of the realm's most precious memories. These keepers possess the ability to navigate the emotional landscapes contained within the memory crystals, searching for specific types of wisdom when the Raven Queen requires insight into particular mortal dilemmas. The process of becoming a keeper requires more than mere scholarly aptitude. Candidates must demonstrate not only intellectual capability, but emotional resilience, for exposure to the raw memories of countless lives can overwhelm unprepared minds. They must also accept that their service will eventually erase their own individual identity, as they become integrated into the collective wisdom they guard. Yet many souls choose this transformation willingly, recognizing it as the ultimate expression of scholarship, becoming part of a repository of knowledge that serves all future generations. The keepers retain their personalities and perspectives, but these individual traits become part of a larger consciousness dedicated to preserving and organizing the accumulated experience of mortal existence. The courts of memory also serve an essential function in the cosmic cycle of death and rebirth. When souls prepare for reincarnation, a process that occurs only under the most specific circumstances, and with the Raven Queen's direct involvement, they may choose to carry certain memories from previous lives into their new existence. These are never complete biographical recollections, but rather emotional understandings and moral insights that help the reincarnated soul make better choices in their new life. A soul that suffered greatly from pride in a previous existence might carry forward a subtle understanding of humility's value, while one that died with important words left unspoken might retain heightened appreciation for honest communication. These transferred insights operate below the threshold of conscious memory, influencing personality and instinct, rather than providing specific factual knowledge about past lives. The most mysterious section of the courts contains memories that appear to come from futures that have not yet occurred, glimpses of events, emotions, and choices that lie ahead in the timeline of mortal experience. The Raven Queen's unique perspective on death allows her to perceive certain inevitable outcomes, and the memory crystals in this section preserve the emotional truth of those future moments. These prophetic memories serve not to predetermine future events, but to help the Raven Queen understand how her present actions might affect the unfolding story of mortal existence. They provide her with insight into the long-term consequences of her interventions, helping her choose when to act directly and when to allow events to develop naturally. Through the courts of memory, the Raven Queen maintains her connection to the full spectrum of mortal experience, while preserving the wisdom gained through countless individual struggles with life's fundamental challenges. In this vast repository of human experience, death reveals its true nature, not as ending but as transformation, the conversion of individual experience into collective wisdom that serves the eternal project of consciousness learning about itself through mortal existence. Chapter 11. Prophecies of the Final Winter. Time flows differently for those who have transcended mortality's boundaries, and in the vast consciousness of the Raven Queen lies knowledge of endings yet to come. Not merely the individual deaths that mark each mortal's story's conclusion, but the greater endings that will eventually claim gods, planes, and perhaps reality itself. Among the most profound and troubling of these visions are the prophecies that speak of the final winter, when the Raven Queen herself must face a transformation as complete as the one that originally elevated her from mortal queen to death's eternal guardian. These prophecies, recorded in texts written by oracles whose minds briefly touched the edges of divine consciousness, speak of a time when death itself will face its own ending, when the careful balance between life and mortality that the Raven Queen maintains will require a sacrifice of cosmic proportions. The visions are fragmentary and often contradictory, filtered through mortal understanding of concepts that transcend normal comprehension, yet certain themes emerge with disturbing consistency. The most complete prophecy comes from the Oracle of Twilight's End, a seer whose final vision granted her momentary perception of time's ultimate conclusion. Her words, preserved in crystal that captures not merely her voice, but the emotional resonance of absolute certainty, speak of the Raven Queen's final choice. When the last star gutters out, and the final heart beats its ultimate rhythm, when the gods themselves face the ending of their eternal stories, the keeper of death's door must choose between preservation and transformation. In that moment of cosmic twilight, she who traded mortality for duty will discover that even divine purpose must eventually reach its conclusion. The prophecy suggests that the final winter is not a catastrophic event to be prevented, but rather the natural culmination of cosmic evolution, the point at which existence itself completes its cycle and transitions into whatever lies beyond the current framework of reality. The Raven Queen's role in this ultimate ending appears to parallel her function in individual deaths, serving as the guardian of transition rather than the agent of destruction. Yet the visions also speak of a choice that will define not merely the Raven Queen's fate, but the nature of whatever reality emerges from the current one's ending. Some interpretations suggest she must decide whether to preserve the current cosmic order through her own final sacrifice, or to allow complete transformation that would create an entirely new form of existence. One in which the concepts of life and death might not apply as they currently do. The prophecy of the convergent ravens, accorded by a mad prophet whose mind shattered from prolonged exposure to divine truth, describes a gathering of all the Raven Queen's scattered aspects and influences. When memory crystallizes into substance and shadow gains weight equal to flesh, when the boundaries between the Shadowfell and the mortal realm dissolve like ice before flame, then shall the scattered pieces of winter's crown gather into unity. The Queen of Death shall reclaim not only her divine power, but the mortal heart she sacrificed to obtain it. And in that reunion of lost humanity with divine purpose, the choice of endings shall be made. This prophecy has puzzled scholars for centuries, particularly the reference to the Raven Queen reclaiming her mortal heart. Some interpret this metaphorically, suggesting that she will rediscover the human compassion that originally motivated her transformation. Others believe it refers to a literal reunion with aspects of her original mortal identity that have been preserved somewhere beyond normal perception. The most disturbing element of these visions involves the suggestion that the Raven Queen's ultimate transformation will not be voluntary. The prophecy of the willing sacrifice, etched in runes that appeared spontaneously on tombstones across a dozen different worlds, speaks of a cosmic requirement that even gods cannot evade. As mortals must surrender life to claim death's wisdom, so must death's guardian surrender divinity to grant existence its final transformation. No choice remains when choice itself becomes the barrier to necessary change. In that hour of ultimate ending, willingness and compulsion become indistinguishable aspects of the same cosmic requirement. These words suggest that the Raven Queen's final sacrifice will be not merely a personal choice, but a cosmic necessity. That her very nature as death's guardian will compel her to facilitate the transition to whatever lies beyond current existence, even if that transition requires her own fundamental transformation or dissolution. The prophecies also speak of signs that will herald the approach of the final winter. The Codex of Endings, a text that appears to write itself in the margins of her books throughout the multiverse, describes a series of events that will mark the beginning of reality's ultimate transition. When the undead cease to rise despite the necromancer's call, when souls choose to linger in the space between life and death, rather than complete their passage, when the Shadowfell begins to merge with the realm of dreams, and memory becomes indistinguishable from experience. Then shall the final season commence. Some of these signs have already begun to manifest in subtle ways that only the most sensitive observers have noticed. Reports from across the plains speak of necromantic rituals failing without explanation, of ghosts voluntarily departing for their rest without requiring traditional intervention, and of certain regions where the boundary between life and death has become unusually fluid. The Raven Queen herself has never confirmed or denied the accuracy of these prophecies, but her actions in recent cosmic epochs suggest an awareness of their potential truth. She has begun gathering and training a new generation of servants, beings who understand death's principles but are not bound as tightly to her specific interpretation of those principles. These preparations could indicate either wisdom in planning for succession or acceptance of her eventual transformation. Perhaps most significantly, she has begun what scholars term the Great Reconciliation, a systematic effort to resolve her conflicts with other death-related deities and to establish clearer boundaries and cooperation between different aspects of mortality's ending. This unprecedented cooperation between traditionally rival powers suggests preparation for challenges that no single divine entity could face alone. The prophecies speak also of mortals' role in the final winter, describing a generation that will be called upon to choose not merely between life and death, but between different fundamental frameworks for existence itself. These individuals, marked by their ability to perceive the approaching cosmic transition, will serve as anchors that help reality maintain stability during its ultimate transformation. The Oracle of Final Choices described this generation in terms that blend hope with cosmic responsibility. Born in the shadow of ending ages, raised on stories of gods who were once mortal, they shall face the choice that defines not merely their own fate, but the nature of whatever existence succeeds the current one. In their hands lies the power to preserve what should be maintained and to release what must be transformed. These mortal champions of the final winter will not be traditional heroes in the sense of warriors or spellcasters, but rather individuals who understand the profound responsibility that comes with being present at reality's transformation. Their choices will help determine whether the transition preserves the essential values and wisdom accumulated through eons of mortal experience, or whether complete transformation requires abandoning current understanding entirely. The most mysterious aspect of the final winter prophecies involves suggestions that the Raven Queen's transformation will not represent an ending, but rather a new beginning, that her sacrifice will plant the seeds of whatever form consciousness will take in the reality that emerges from the current one's completion. The Scroll of Perpetual Becoming speaks of this possibility in language that strains the boundaries of mortal comprehension. As the mortal queen died to birth the goddess of death, so shall the goddess of death be transformed to midwife, the birth of existence beyond the current dream of reality. In her final winter shall be found the seeds of spring beyond imagining. This interpretation suggests that the final winter represents not catastrophic ending, but cosmic evolution, the natural progression of existence from its current form to something that transcends the limitations and categories that currently define reality. The Raven Queen's role would be to facilitate this transition with the same care and wisdom she brings to individual deaths, ensuring that the transformation preserves what is truly valuable while allowing necessary change to occur. Yet uncertainty remains the only constant in these prophetic visions. The future they describe may be inevitable, or it may represent only one possible path among many. The Raven Queen's choices in the present continue to shape the likelihood of various outcomes, and the actions of mortals who serve her cause help determine whether the final winter brings wisdom or chaos to reality's ultimate transformation. In contemplating these prophecies of ending and transformation, we are reminded that even divine power operates within cycles of change and completion. The Raven Queen's eventual fate, whatever form it takes, will demonstrate the same truth she teaches to mortals facing their own endings, that acceptance of necessary change, however difficult, opens the possibility for forms of existence that transcend current limitations and understanding. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Death Goddess. In the final accounting of divine influence upon mortal affairs, few transformations have resonated as profoundly through the corridors of existence as the ascension of she who chose to trade her humanity for guardianship over mortality's greatest mystery. The Raven Queen's legacy extends far beyond her role as death's arbiter, touching every aspect of how conscious beings understand the relationship between finite existence and infinite possibility. Her greatest achievement lies not in the power she wields or the realm she governs, but in the fundamental shift she brought to mortal perception of death itself. Before her ascension, death was widely viewed as either enemy to be defeated or arbitrary force to be feared. Through her influence, spanning millennia of subtle guidance and direct intervention, she has helped countless beings understand death as teacher, transition, and ultimately as the force that gives all choices weight and meaning. This transformation of understanding represents perhaps the most profound educational campaign in cosmic history. Without temples demanding worship or priests proclaiming doctrine, the Raven Queen has influenced mortal thought through the simple demonstration of what death means when approached with wisdom rather than terror. Her ravens carry messages not of doom but of acceptance. Her artifacts serve not to grant power, but to teach humility, and her servants exemplify not the conquest of death, but its integration into a life fully lived. The impact of this teaching extends into every corner of mortal civilization. medical practitioners across countless worlds have learned to recognize when their duty shifts from preserving life to easing its conclusion. Warriors understand that courage lies not in avoiding death, but in facing it with purpose intact. Scholars have discovered that knowledge gains meaning precisely because their time to acquire and share it is limited. Perhaps most significantly, the Raven Queen's influence has helped transform grief from a force that destroys to one that deepens compassion and strengthens connections between the living. Under her subtle guidance, mortals have learned that mourning serves not to deny death's reality, but to celebrate the life that preceded it. Memorial traditions across diverse cultures reflect this understanding, emphasizing not the tragedy of loss, but the privilege of having shared existence with those who have departed. Her legacy manifests in countless small moments where individuals choose acceptance over denial, wisdom over willful ignorance, and connection over isolation in the face of mortality's approach. A parent explaining death to a child finds words that bring comfort rather than terror. A physician learns to recognize when aggressive treatment prolongs suffering rather than preserving meaningful life. A lover facing the loss of their beloved discovers that grief shared becomes a bridge to others who have walked the same difficult path. The philosophical implications of the Raven Queen's teaching have revolutionized mortal understanding of what it means to live a meaningful existence. Her demonstration that even gods must eventually face transformation has helped mortals accept their own limitations, not as flaws to be overcome, but as features that define the unique value of finite consciousness. This acceptance has paradoxically increased rather than diminished mortal achievement. When beings understand that their time is limited, each choice gains urgency and significance. Art becomes more poignant when created by hands that will eventually still. Love grows deeper when shared between hearts that beat for only a limited time. Knowledge becomes more precious when accumulated by minds that cannot preserve it forever in their original form. The Raven Queen's influence on divine politics has established new precedents for how cosmic powers interact with mortality. Unlike deities who demand worship in exchange for favors, or who manipulate mortal affairs for their own aggrandizement, she has demonstrated a form of divine service that preserves mortal agency while offering guidance. Her model suggests that the highest form of divine power lies not in control, but in teaching, not in commanding, but in inspiring wisdom. This approach has influenced other divine entities, creating subtle shifts in how gods relate to their mortal followers. Deities who once demanded blind obedience have begun to emphasize understanding and choice. Powers who previously intervened directly in mortal affairs have learned to work through inspiration and guidance, rather than command and coercion. The long-term consequences of these changes continue to unfold across the cosmos. Civilizations influenced by the Raven Queen's philosophy tend to develop more sustainable relationships with their environments, understanding that even cultural achievements must eventually give way to new forms of expression. They create art and literature that acknowledges mortality while celebrating the beauty possible within finite existence. Their approach to conflict emphasizes resolution over domination, recognizing that victory achieved through the destruction of opponents ultimately diminishes everyone involved. Their educational systems teach not merely facts and skills, but wisdom about how to live meaningfully within the constraints of mortal existence. Perhaps most remarkably, cultures touched by the Raven Queen's influence have developed more sophisticated approaches to the challenges posed by magic and technology. Understanding that power without wisdom leads to corruption, they have created safeguards that prevent the accumulation of abilities that their moral development cannot support. The question of immortality, that eternal temptation that has corrupted so many ambitious souls, takes on different meaning in societies that truly understand the Raven Queen's teaching. Rather than seeking to extend life indefinitely, they focus on living fully within whatever span they are granted. Instead of pursuing personal immortality, they work to create legacies that will benefit future generations. This shift in perspective has practical consequences for how these societies handle the development of life-extending technologies or magical practices. Rather than rushing to implement any method that might postpone death, they carefully consider whether such interventions serve the genuine flourishing of consciousness or merely feed the ego's desperate desire to avoid transformation. The Raven Queen's legacy also extends to how mortals approach the mysteries that lie beyond death's threshold. Rather than demanding detailed knowledge about afterlife conditions or divine judgment, beings influenced by her teaching have learned to focus on living with integrity in the present, trusting that death's natural transition will provide whatever understanding is necessary when the time comes. This acceptance has reduced the power that fear-based religions and exploitative spiritual authorities hold over mortal populations. When individuals understand death as natural transition rather than punishment or arbitrary termination, they become less susceptible to manipulation by those who claim special knowledge about avoiding spiritual consequences. The artistic and literary traditions that have emerged from cultures touched by the Raven Queen's influence represent some of the most profound explorations of consciousness and meaning ever created. These works explore themes of finite beauty, the poignancy of limited time, and the deep connections possible between beings who share the experience of mortality. Their music captures both the melancholy and the fierce joy of existence bounded by death. Their poetry finds language for experiences that transcend individual perspective while remaining grounded in mortal understanding. Their visual arts create beauty that acknowledges its own temporary nature while celebrating the privilege of existing at all. But perhaps the Raven Queen's most enduring legacy lies in the simple recognition that transformation is the fundamental nature of existence itself. Her own journey from mortal queen to divine guardian demonstrates that even the most profound changes can serve purposes greater than individual desire or ambition. This understanding has helped countless beings navigate their own transformations, not merely the ultimate transformation of death, but all the smaller changes that define the journey of consciousness through time. The loss of youth becomes an opportunity to gain wisdom. The ending of one phase of life opens possibilities for new forms of growth and contribution. Her legacy challenges every conscious being to consider what they would be willing to sacrifice for purposes greater than their own immediate desires. Not through guilt or obligation, but through the recognition that such sacrifices often lead to forms of fulfillment impossible to achieve through purely selfish pursuits. In the end, the Raven Queen's greatest gift to mortal existence may be the demonstration that meaning comes not from avoiding limitation, but from choosing how to live meaningfully within whatever constraints define our existence. Her story reminds us that the most profound transformations often require releasing what we thought we wanted in order to discover what we were truly meant to become. As her ravens continue to carry messages between the worlds of the living and the dead, they bear with them the eternal truth that death gives life its urgency, limitation gives choice its meaning, and acceptance of what must end opens the possibility for new forms of beauty and connection that transcend individual understanding. In teaching mortals to embrace rather than fear their finite nature, the Raven Queen has granted them the wisdom to live fully in whatever time they are given and to face their eventual transformation with dignity, grace, and the deep peace that comes from a life lived in service to something greater than themselves.